All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, January 5th. We have 3 study session items for tonight. Up first is Director of Finance Kevin Engels, here to present the General Fund Monthly Financial Report. Good evening, Mr. Engels.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Engels, Director of Finance. We're going to be looking at the November 2025 General Fund Monthly Financial Report. So we'll start off looking at the revenues. We're at 93% of the budget. That's a little bit better than we were at this time last year. We're about 3%, or a little over $2 million above last year's collection through November. On expenditures, we're at 88% of budget. Again, that's a little bit better than we were last year. We were about 90% last year. Overall, up about $1 million over last year, or just under 2%. Here are the expenditures by category. Nothing really unusual here to point out. Commodities are down a little bit. I think that's mostly prices. It's not timing issues. Some of the inflation we anticipated isn't showing up as much. Operating surplus or deficit, we are running a surplus of about $1.5 million. That's compared to about $0.5 million for last year. So again, running a little bit better on revenues and expenditures versus last year. No changes to the transfers. There will be one more transfer that happens in December. That's for the Englewood Downtown Development Authority's sales tax TIF. It's looks like it's going to be about $200,000. Here's your fund balance composition. Started the year at just under 19 million. Once again, we have an operating surplus of about $1.5 million. And then we transferred out for capital improvements of 2.3 million. So overall, fund balance has been reduced by about 800,000. Looking down to your restricted balances, reporting at the middle of your range, which is the 16.7%. We've got just under $12 million in unrestricted reserve, and we are still carrying an unassigned fund balance of about 3.7 million. That is the November financial report. We're glad to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions for members of the council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. So the unassigned fund balance being over $3 million, are there things that are going to be spent before the end of the year out of that?
A majority of it will. We do think we probably will end up with somewhere around $1 million of unassigned fund balance, which is $1 million better than our initial estimates. So,
Okay.
yeah, there are additional expenses that come in as we close out the year.
And then does that mean we're going to be able to maintain the 16.7% unrestricted reserve?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Any further questions on the November report? Kevin, were you planning on going over the October as well?
We included it in the packet, but we just did November because it's the most current information.
Any questions on the October report? I know it was further down on the agenda packet, but all right. I don't see any further questions. Mr. Engels, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. All right, everyone. There is on the second agenda item, this is just council liaison selection for boards and commissions. I think what we were looking to do here, obviously, we had 2 members step off from council, and we're looking to see which council liaison boards we would like to maintain for the coming year. Seeing if there's, I don't know, Council Member Bethel, I know that you did some work on this in terms of what boards you wanted to sit on, but I think we're just trying to identify exactly if there's any boards we want to remove, or if there's just some that we should just assign based on Member Wright and Member Noonan stepping off. But Member Russell, do you have any comments?
Well, that's part of what I was wondering if we ought to do. is just assign the ones that Member Wright and Member Noonenkamp had and wait until we get the seventh council member to do this. Because that may change how.
Right. Yeah, that'd be one thing. I know that at least from my perspective, there's a couple. Well, I'll speak to them, and I'm not sure if you have any interest in the Sustainability Board and Dr. Cog. Those are the two boards that I would be open to stepping off of. The reason for sustainability is just that it backs up, or on Tuesday nights it is Water and Sewer Board, and then sustainability from there. So it's really hard to provide another 3 hours the night after a council meeting. So I'd be open to stepping off from sustainability just for that reason. Dr. Cog, they meet every Wednesday or the third Wednesday of every single month. No, is it the third? Yes, the third Wednesday. And it's downtown. I know that you have an interest in transportation, but that's just one that's pretty difficult to maintain for me to show up on a consistent basis. But I'd be happy to stay on that board. Not sure if you have any interest there, but those were just two thoughts I had on my side. Member Ward, do you have anything to add since your light is on?
Regarding Dr. Cog, doesn't Dr. Cog require one of those seats to go to the mayor?
It does not. So it's just two liaisons. It doesn't matter if it's if the mayor is one of the people present.
Okay.
I would be happy to stay on as the alternate for that board if because I am able to make them from time to time, but obviously just being the focal point on that one, I would be happy to step off on that board. Member Bethel?
Yeah, I'm happy to take on both of those, both of those boards.
Okay.
I'm also interested in working with the hospital liaison, the public library board, and the Arapahoe County representative. I believe there is a board. It's only titled as Arapahoe County. It's the Executive Committee for Arapahoe County Innovative Transit Plan Project. At the far bottom on page 65 of the regular agenda.
Yeah, let me take. No one's assigned to that one. Member Prang?
There is currently no one assigned to
Okay.
that.
Oh, that's right. There it is. That's a lot you're taking on. Are you okay taking on that amount of roles?
I can take on, it looks like our average is between 4 and 5 between all the council members. And I'm happy to meet that time commitment.
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait on the Mallee Center Trust Funds, and that's Member Wright that was serving as the liaison there. Let me take a look and see what else may be missing based off what you just stated, Member Bethel. Cultural arts seems to be the one that's open. I'd be happy to fill in there. Oh, you're an alternate at this point, Member Prang, but did you want to?
Yeah, I'd prefer to step into that role.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just seeing if there's anything else that's missing for Member Wright or Member Noonenkamp. Okay, I think that covers everything for now, and then we'll have this discussion again when we have a seventh member seated. Member Ward, do you have anything to add?
I was hoping to make one change tonight, which is the Budget Advisory Committee, which is one of my seats. I've served with that committee since its inception in both the capacity as a member and as a council member. They've chosen to meet on Thursdays going forward. I have a schedule conflict every other Thursday, so my attendance has flagged in the face of that schedule conflict. So I think it might be a good time for me to drop off that board. And then I left my seat on Water and Sewer Board because Member Wright wanted to serve on that board. She's not here anymore, so I would suggest just a trade to go back onto the Water Sewer Board.
Actually, if you wouldn't mind, I'd be happy to pick up Budget Advisory temporarily until we get a seventh member seated, and then I'll roll off of that board at that point for Budget Advisory, just to make sure we have coverage. Member Prang?
If someone else could take on cultural arts, I'd be happy to take on Budget Advisory.
Okay.
I have interest there as well.
So let's see here. First Wednesday of each month is Cultural Arts. First Thursday is Budget Advisory, correct? Is that the change now? First Thursday of the month. Okay. I'll be happy to take on Cultural Arts. So if you want to take Budget Advisory, I'll take on Cultural Arts for temporarily until we speak again after the 7th member is seated. City Clerk, were you jotting those items down, or who is scribing what we just discussed here?
Andrina and I are trying to track all of
Okay,
that. So.
Andrina, did you get what we stated there, or do we need to go over? Okay. Were there any other changes? Member Ward, go ahead.
Can we confirm the change to Water and Sewer Board, please?
So my understanding is that we will add you to Water and Sewer Board as the third liaison. You will be rolling off a Budget Advisory Committee, who then would be picked up by Member Pring, and I will be picking up the Cultural Arts Commission liaison as well.
And then can you confirm the ones that Councilmember Bethel took on?
Member Bethel, did you want to speak up on the ones that you wanted?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that I can take on a maximum of 5 based on need. So wherever we decide that those are most well used right now. I'm not sure if there is a priority list because there's going to be vacancies either way.
Well, there is no maximum that you can sit on, but I think from what I heard,
that's my maximum time allowance that I can reasonably commit.
Right.
Otherwise, I might be stretched too thin.
Right.
And Mayor, I might interject that the hospital one is pretty infrequent. Sometimes it's once a year, sometimes it's a few times a year, so it's pretty infrequent.
All right. Member Bethel, did you just want to confirm the liaison post that you would be taking on? I have.
Looks like we're at Dr. Cog, hospital liaison, the Arapahoe County. And Member Ward, was there one that we needed to horse trade for?
No, I heard Public Library Board.
Okay,
as well.
Public Library Board.
And that was it. Those were the 4 I captured.
Let's toss a 5th in there for the Urban Renewal Authority. I believe that
They also meet just once a year if they meet at that. So
then it's a fantastic 5th.
All right. Ms. Prado, did you get all of those? Oh, sustainability was the one that we did.
Then we'll put sustainability in place of the Urban Renewal Authority, and by their next meeting, hopefully we'll have another representative.
All right. Sounds good. The Urban Renewal, when they do meet, it's usually towards the end of the year, right? Like in November, once a year. So, okay. All right. I think we're good then. Any further questions for members of council before we move to the next item? All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. We're now moving on to agenda item 6. We have Director of Community Development Brad Power and Planning Manager Bryan Isham here to provide council information on the conservation overlay districts and to receive direction regarding the areas where it may be applicable. Good evening, Mr. Isham.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Bryan Isham, Planning Manager, Community Development, here tonight to discuss whether or not the Community Development staff should begin the process of drafting Conservation Overlay District standards for Title 16. Conservation Overlay Districts are a zoning tool that's used to preserve established neighborhoods that have distinctive features, such as architectural features, building form and location, or site elements. These overlay districts add additional architectural or site design standards to the existing residential or non-residential design standards already included in Title 16. These additional requirements can be specific to the unique conditions of each requested neighborhood or area. And while these types of overlay districts do not prohibit the demolition of existing structures, they do require that new structures and additions meet area-specific requirements. This makes new construction more aesthetically comparable to existing development within the area. These districts are used in municipalities across the country, such as Bozeman, Montana, Nashville, Tennessee, and Greensboro, North Carolina, to name a few. At a more local level, they're used in the city and county of Denver, city of Longmont, and the county of Boulder. The process to a potential conservation overlay district is a very long, or to a functional conservation overlay district in Englewood is a very long process. It begins with creating the guardrails for the overlay district by establishing establishing the process in Title 16. This establishment would create the requirements, review process and procedures, approval boards and approval routes, and fees. If an amendment were to be adopted, then a neighborhood or area would submit a request which would require neighborhood input and overall creation of specific requirements for the area. Next, the overlay district would need to be adopted through a Title 16 amendment generally and a map amendment. Then what would occur, building permits would be submitted or plans would be reviewed during development review team meetings in which staff would identify that this project is located within this specific area and would process it through whatever route is created through Title 16 amendments. The application would be reviewed, building permits are approved or denied. But to reiterate, we're here. We are just deciding whether or not to go through this process at all for the city. The use of conservation overlay districts would join existing historic preservation district standards as another mechanism geared towards the preservation of existing Englewood structures and neighborhoods. While the two programs have preservation at their core, they achieve it in very different ways. Historic preservation focuses on preserving materials and features from the time periods that give the district or structure its historic significance. In Englewood, structural alterations are required to meet design guidelines adopted with specific district and Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. Conservation Overlay District preserves by setting district-wide aesthetic and form-based standards for structures and sites. Both require enabling legislation to be put in place. Historic preservation standards were originally adopted in 2019. They were most recently revised in 2023 with the Code Next process. And we recently also found out that we are considered now, or that we have achieved certified local government status with historic designations. District creation for both looks fairly similar, but can be different for each program, with historic preservation requiring initial research and work to be conducted by the group that is pursuing the designation. So the bulk of the work is done before we ever get the application to staff. With a conservation overlay district, the majority of the work is done once the application is submitted. Generally looking at other cities, once the application is submitted, staff sits down with the neighborhood and determines what those specific characteristics are that they're trying to preserve, and then a plan is created from there. Historic districts in Englewood regulate the construction, alteration, relocation, and demolition involving the exterior of any property within a district if one is adopted. Conservation overlay districts can regulate different items based on each adopted overlay district, but can also regulate construction, alteration, and or relocation of structures, but does not regulate the demolition of structures. Review bodies can vary for conservation overlay districts. They range in different municipalities from staff level reviews to neighborhood design review boards, all the way up to appointed boards and commissions such as Planning and Zoning Commission or Historic Preservation. But for historic districts, the review for local review is done by our Historic Preservation Commission that's adopted in Chapter 12 of Title 16. While we understand that the reason for this conversation tonight began as an effort by members of a neighborhood, of the Arapahoe Acres neighborhood, we do want to point out that this tool can be used anywhere in the community if created. We tried to go through areas of town where we found some very distinctive characteristics, and some of you may seem familiar. Portions of Arapahoe Acres that have structures that are turned at a very distinct angle compared to the rest of them that front almost parallel to the street. There's a couple of streets that do that. There's some areas on Dartmouth between Vine and University that have very distinct rear-loaded garages that now some front-loaded, front-facing garages are being attached to primary structures, so they're not driving all the way behind the structure to get to their garage. The garage is attached to the front of the house. There's some areas within Bellevue Park neighborhood that have larger lot requirements than R1A minimum. So R1A minimum is 9,000 square foot. These lots are 11,000, 12,000 square foot. It could be used to preserve those standards. Areas with atypical building setbacks. There's some parts of Romans Park and Hampton Hills neighborhoods that have some development standards that when they were built with a 3 foot and 7 foot standard instead of your normal 5 foot and 5 foot on each side. or areas with specific landscape or lot attributes. If you drive down South Logan and South Grant between Girard and Eastman, you'll see homes that have these really cool front yard steps with retaining walls that lead up to their homes. Conservation of overlays do not do a few things. One, they don't replace the underlying base zoning district. So a conservation overlay district is placed on top of your existing zoning and adds to the requirements. It does not have an impact on permitted uses. So someone could not adopt a conservation overlay district to specifically remove uses from a list of allowed uses. And it does not prohibit the redevelopment of any property. It does require that the new development fit in with a specific set of standards. So what staff is here tonight is to listen to discussion from council and request whether you want to give us permission to begin work with the Planning and Zoning Commission and Historic Preservation to begin drafting amendments to Title 16 related to conservation overlays.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isham, for the presentation. We'll take questions. Member Russell, you have the first question.
Yes, thank you. This is a little confusing to me because you said staff we haven't even started the process. We're at the beginning. Has staff already held a meeting with a group of people from Arapahoe Acres?
Staff was present at a neighborhood meeting with Arapahoe Acres, ran the meeting and requested staff to be present to present what it would require to get to an overlay district. And at that meeting is what we discussed with them, that it would require this process first before there were any type of amendments related to.
The only reason thank you. The only reason I'm a little concerned about this is because we've gotten some emails from people in Arapahoe Acres, and there's some information out there that they already have 65% of the people. Is that what they were told they would need to move forward with the conservation overlay?
So I believe there's discussion began with Council Member Neunenkamp, in which she requested that they get a certain level of, I wouldn't say approval, but a certain level of desire within the neighborhood. And I think the 65% number was given at that time. And that level of a desire would show that they wanted this type of amendment to our code. So I think there was some level of certainty requested by Councilmember Neunenkamp to begin the process or begin the discussion process.
To me, that's a little bit problematic because it's already creating division in the neighborhood, and we're not even at the beginning of the process. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Bethel.
I can speak to that meeting. I was present as an observer. I think that Member Neunenkamp requested kind of a base level of interest from the neighborhood so that she could justify her time investment to bring this issue to council. That was how it was described to me.
Member Prank.
Thank you. So there's no rule anywhere in code or anything that says that we need to have a 65% threshold to show interest in a neighborhood. I'm just trying to understand like how the process of how this kind of request would come forward and how also how distinctive features are defined. I mean, I understand architecturally there are neighborhoods that have some distinctive features, but what if a neighborhood came forward and said, we love our 946 square foot houses, and they don't have any cool architectural designs to them, but it's distinctive because in this area there's a lot of little houses like this and we want to maintain that, and so now we want a conservation overlay. There are a lot of voices across the city that have concerns about development and what development is going to look like. So how do we create a system, and are there any guardrails or rules around moving forward with something like this where we don't have a whole city worth of neighborhoods who are coming forward and saying we too want a conservation overlay, so that we don't end up with the massive duplexes or whatever next to us?
Certainly, that's a great question. So to begin, the process comes out, well, this type of process would come through an application. the city council during the amendment process would determine what level of interest there is from the neighborhood. So for historic preservation, that's ranged during conversations for the historic preservation ordinances. I think at one point in time, the discussion was 100%. It also went down to 50%, but ultimately council settled on 65% during Code Next. So the same thing would happen with this if an amendment was, if we were chosen to, if council chooses to move an amendment forward, then you would set the criteria. We would work with the Planning and Zoning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission to come up with a number. Ultimately, City Council makes that decision. City Council would also set the guardrails. So yes, if depending on how it's set up, a group could say, yeah, we have these 900 square foot bungalows and this is all we want to be able to build in this section of town. The City Council could set the minimum criteria requirements. So how large of an area does it have to be? How many separate lots have to be included? What percentage of people need to be able to sign on to it? So those things would be set during this part of the second phase of the conversation when the amendments are drafted. So that can happen. But the distinctive fixture it can run the gamut. In Denver, I know there's a neighborhood similar to Arapahoe Acres that set their standards based on the type of architecture. There's also a neighborhood that set their standards based on where ADUs are located on the lot. So it can vary. It really can.
Okay. So council has a lot of work to do if we were to move forward with this in making all of those definitions and providing the guardrails, which I appreciate. The other question that I would have is then, so if we were to have a conservation overlay and a neighborhood comes forward and say we did maintain the 65% threshold of interest in a neighborhood, once the application is submitted, then you stated that there would be meetings with a neighborhood to discuss kind of the look and feel of what they would want to protect with that overlay. Does that have to, once those details are hammered out with the neighborhood, do we then go back to the neighborhood and assure that still 65% of the neighborhood is interested in those specific details being the guidelines of what the overlay becomes? Does that make sense?
We certainly can.
Okay.
So another great question. None of this process is set in stone.
Mhm.
What we've presented here tonight are just generalizations based on other cities' ordinances and how their process works. So we can create our own process that's tailor-made to Englewood.
Okay.
Going back to the neighborhood to say, here's our standards, and do you still have your 65%? That's a great thing that could be included. I don't know if any other municipality includes something like that, but I know that most municipalities work very closely with the neighborhood to set those standards. It's not just staff walking through a neighborhood saying, they have a lot of chimneys, let's do chimneys. It's always working with the neighborhoods to ensure that they're the ones creating the standards that we would then administer.
Okay. I guess I asked that question not so much with a concern of staff making any determinations, but in the packet, one of the rationales of why to look at doing this is, creating equity across the city for our neighborhoods. And in my mind, equity also means, amongst the voices within that neighborhood. So we get, the 65% of people who say, yeah, we're interested in maintaining the characteristics. I want to make sure that then people within the neighborhood continue to have an agreement around what those specific characteristics are and what that should look like. So I do think, were we to move forward, that's something that we should consider potentially going back and making sure we still have that threshold. Thank you for your answers.
Mr. Isham, I have a question. We have an overlay today in the area around Floyd, Girard, on Grant Street, and I believe maybe even Sherman. I'm trying to think of the borders of that. How does that differ from the conservation overlay we have or that we're discussing tonight?
So there is a neighborhood preservation overlay that was adopted sometime prior to my tenure, and I'm not 100% sure, other than they went through a text amendment, so a Title 16 amendment. The reason we're creating this is to set a process, to set a standard that says, here is the process. Okay. To ensure that going forward, everyone follows the exact same process, rather than just a group or I don't know how that one started, whether it was a staff initiated or a neighborhood initiated. I know that there was a lot of work within the neighborhood to get there, but we want to ensure that there is a process created and that there's strict standards that we follow every time someone makes the same request.
Right. But it's similar in nature then, because there are restrictions in terms of how you can develop within that few blocks that are part of the overlay.
Similar, except I think the neighborhood preservation overlay offers some prohibitions on land uses, which conservation overlay districts cannot.
Okay. Good to know. Member Russell.
Actually, I think that that happened probably just before I got on council, because I think there were some problems with that, and I don't know if we can go back and look into them. I know there was some dispute about whether to do it or not, and then they thought about changing back. But once we set this, if we change back, then now, even if we set it, could the council itself or the city be sued for a takings if we establish this?
I can feel that. And that's a great question. So a regulation can be considered a taking if it deprives a property of all or most economically viable use. Something like a conservation overlay typically limits certain actions, as Bryan's talked about, but it still allows reasonable use of the property. So any kind of takings claim would likely lose on that basis.
Okay, thank you.
Member Bethel.
On that question, would you say that the conservation overlay process exists in a large number of communities across the state? Is this something that is unique to certain regions, or is it beyond Colorado as well?
That's a great question. Would I say that there's a large number across the state? I would say that there's probably less conservation overlay processes than there are historic preservation processes across the state. In most municipalities, they work kind of in tandem. And in a lot of municipalities, they both work within the historic preservation groups. Our Englewood staff is small. We only have one individual that really liaises with the Historic Preservation Commission, where other larger municipalities have entire divisions devoted to that kind of work. So it could function as part of the Historic Preservation Commission group. It could not function as part of them. Some communities, they work together. Some they're done separately. It really depends on how council sees to set it up, if they choose to.
As a follow-up, is there any kind of national best practice as far as guardrails on a conservation overlay process?
That's a great question. We found some information that was put together by the National Historic Trust regarding both processes that we can kind of build off of. Most of what's included in your packet and the comparison document is built off of what we found in that document. And we can look at best practices through the American Planning Association, as well as what we see in other municipalities.
Thank you.
Bryan, I guess the next question, based on the flow that you have, the process, how long do we expect the next step to take? And that's with work with the Planning and Zoning Commission, Historic Preservation Committee as well, correct? Is that where the primary work is going to be done for enabling legislation in place for Title 16?
In order to create Title 16 amendments, the work would generally be done by both of those groups. Historic Preservation Commission, because the general nature of this process is historic preservation, and then the Planning and Zoning Commission, because it is in Title 16, and we do every Title 16 amendment with work through our Planning and Zoning Commission. As far as how long it could take, that's a really great question. Historic designation processes took years to begin to get adoption. So we would hope that it would not take that long. More in the next few months, we could get some of the bulk of that work done. But within a month or two, we'd be able to probably nail down a much better timeline.
Is there engagement with, I guess in this case, Arapahoe Acres regarding that legislation or not? I'm just trying to figure out how much community engagement should be part of that process?
So that's a great question, and it's really hard to kind of keep the lines not blurred
Right.
between where we're at in the process. Even our own staff and our discussions is kind of blurring where we're at in the process. This first portion has absolutely nothing to do with Arapahoe Acres. It is just setting the stage for groups like Arapahoe Acres to come in and request it. We're more than happy to work with members of the community on creating these requirements. We actually have one individual that wants to be a part of it. If council chooses to move forward, they want to help us draft the amendment so that they can make sure that they can understand them. Other than that, that's generally what we would do, is work with our commissions and put any or outreach opportunities out on our Englewood Engage website, and we can request survey data from there. But if council requests us to work with specific neighborhoods, we're more than happy to do so.
Yeah, I think the only reason why I was asking that is if the two commissions work on this and the requirements are too stringent or too lenient or more lenient than was expected by the neighborhoods. I guess that's the reason why I'm asking it, but I understand your point in terms of not producing these requirements based off of just input from a single neighborhood. So I do understand that aspect of it.
I can also chime in. So,
Sure.
because it would be a text amendment, we would be required to have public hearings in both the Planning and Zoning Commission and also before council. So there is that
That's true.
opportunity for public engagement,
Mhm.
but certainly there can be additional engagement opportunities.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Brian. Any further questions from members of council? Members of council, are we okay with moving forward with this next step and just enabling the two commissions to look into this as well as staff on drafting up legislation? But go ahead, Member Bethel.
I'm just expressing my support to move forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think in light of the request from the neighborhood, that I'm happy to move forward with this. I'm not promising support on it. I don't, I would see this as a restriction on property rights that I wouldn't, maybe I'm not going to ultimately be supportive, but I'm happy to have the conversation at least.
Thank you very much. Member Prey?
I have some interest in cautiously moving forward. I do think that we should have more potential conversation around definitions of
Right.
things, and for council to lead some of those pieces of the conversation in conjunction with staff starting to craft some of the language and other guardrail type things, but definition of characteristics and in what types of neighborhoods are, and also, the thresholds of how much support we
Right.
want to see. I think those are things that council should be defining while city staff works on the other pieces and along with planning and zoning commission.
And Member Prey, do you envision that as part of like study session updates to council in terms of where we currently are with the process when some of those things are a little bit?
I don't envision it as
No.
updates. I envision it as council actually having a conversation and making the definitions ourselves.
I meant
So-
like
so-
the study session item, I guess I should have said.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Anyone, Member Ward, go ahead.
I think one thing that would help me as the process goes forward is to do an examination of how this has been applied in other communities, so we can kind of see the fruit of the tree that we're planting the seed of, and how, if there's anybody available from those communities, how that shaped out. One of the things that I'm most concerned about with a process like this is that it may actually cause some neighborhood conflict, as you can't generally require 100% of the people in the neighborhood to agree to participate in something like this. That wouldn't necessarily be good public policy. Those people who are going to be alienated or potentially alienated from the adoption of a policy like this might have some things to say about it. So I'd like to see more about how that has played out in the past in other communities.
That's a great point.
Anything else? Member Bryson, did you have something to say on that point or no?
No, I was just agreeing with his statement. I have a house of 4 and we can hardly agree on dinner, so I get it.
Member Russell?
Thank you. I'm in favor of cautiously moving forward. I mean, I think I would like a study session to get some of this preliminary information before we have staff moving forwards completely.
I agree. All right. All right, Mr. Isom, I believe that you have your direction from council. Anything else? Anything that we haven't cleared up?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to members of the public that have been engaged on this. With that, everyone, we are going to recess for the next 20 minutes. We'll restart the meeting at the top of the hour. Thank you very much. All right, members of the public, we are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take a roll call.
Yes, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Present?
Member Bethel,
Present.
Member Prang,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Member Ward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 6 present.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5. This is consideration of minutes from the regular city council meeting on December 15th. Any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the December 15th meeting?
Move to approve?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, there was no recognitions tonight, no appointments, communications, or proclamations, so we're moving on to recognition of public comment. I don't have the list just yet. All right, thank you so much. So we have 2 speakers here tonight, so this is time devoted to listening to comments from the public. We're allotting up to 90 minutes total, with each speaker limited to 3 minutes total. Each speaker is to sign up prior to the start of the meeting with a sign-up sheet in the back of the room stating your address if you're an Englewood resident, or just the city if you reside in a city outside of Englewood. Anyone that wants to speak virtually, please contact our city clerk's office prior to 5 p.m. the Wednesday prior to the city council meeting. And if you do wish to use AV materials, please submit those to the city clerk by 5 p.m. the Thursday prior to the meeting. 2 speakers. I'll start off with the speaker that hasn't spoken over the last 90 days. We have Aiden Shirley, District 1 resident. We have Aiden in attendance. I just realized I may have... Aiden, did you want to speak, or? Yeah. Yeah, just walk up to the mic. As I stated, you'll have 3 minutes total. There should be like a button with a star on it. If you click that, you are ready to begin when you are ready. We're actually going to have a light there for you when it'll move to yellow when you have a minute left. So yeah, you know what? You're good. We'll walk you through it. I'll stop you at the 3 minutes, but the time will be. No, just hit it once. There should be a star on it, and it should make that mic green. You're good to go. All right. Aiden, when you are ready, you may begin.
Good evening. I'm Aiden Shirley. I've lived in Englewood, at Logan, and Yale for 19 years. Tonight, I wanted to bring something to everyone's attention that a lot of residents might not know about, which is that Englewood already has 12 flock safety cameras operating, 10 of which are permanent installations and 2 of which are mobile. Some of these have maybe already been here for 1 to 2 years, but I couldn't find anything about when Englewood Police Department installed them. So for those of you who don't know, unlike conventional traffic cameras, the flock ones are always on and recording every vehicle that passes them, not only the license plate number, but also the make, model, time, location, and any identifying marks like dents or bumper stickers. All of that data is uploaded to Flock Safety's servers in Georgia. It's accessible by other Colorado law enforcement agencies, and it's all searchable without a warrant. This is a serious invasion of privacy, and as it turns out, on average, 99% of scans are completely innocent people not on any hot list, and yet this system has led to wrongful arrests, and it can also be used to track protest attendance, clinic visits, and other politically sensitive things. In Denver, this issue has been a hot topic recently. I and hundreds of other people went to the town hall a few months ago, and audit logs revealed that over 1,400 immigration-related searches hit the Flock system. before restrictions, and despite City Council unanimously rejecting a proposed contract extension back in May, Mayor Mike Johnston went ahead and extended it multiple times anyway, each time just under the threshold that would have required council approval. From what I understand, the cameras here in Englewood are feeding the same networks. And even if they weren't, is the constant data collection something others are okay with? Because I'm not. We shouldn't wait for the controversy to happen like it did in Denver. So I'm asking this council to please direct staff to publicly report on Englewood's flock contract, the exact locations, usage stats, privacy safeguards, and consider pausing expansions, or better yet, reviewing termination like you wisely did last year with the MOU. Thank you.
Aiden, thank you very much for your time tonight. We're going to first ask to see if there's any questions for members of council. Any questions for members of council? I see none. Aiden, thank you very much for your time. We're going to give a response after the next speaker, so
Okay.
just hold tight. So thank you so much. Up next is Gary Kozak, a District 4 resident, I believe. Good evening, Mr. Kozak. You know the drill, so. Actually, if you want to press the button, turn it off. All right.
Okay.
You're
Good evening. Happy New Year to everybody. As usual, I'm here, but this one here is a little more important, and I think we've got some issues coming up. You're going to have a meeting later on in the month. You see the great facility we have? And all the offices are within the same building, all the departments. The only one that's not is the police department, and originally they talked about putting City Hall next to the police department, and that was kept separate on purpose. There went a huge expense. This was part of Cinderella City originally, which was the #1 shopping mall in the world at the time, and it drew millions of people. Well, City Hall went ahead and put this up here, and now that you're proposed to giving up the lease right that you had underneath and building an apartment house or hotels or whatever they end up doing, there'll be a massive fight because you've never asked the public. You're representing the public. Nobody's asked me. You're representing the public at large. They should something as big as this is, because this used to be a huge park. I've lived here all my life. And to relocate it, you got the library here, you got all the offices here. Now you're going to have to relocate everybody. Large expense. Where are you going to put them all? Are you going to downgrade this? When I served on city council in the 80s, late 80s, we had a little desk across. We could seat 40 people at the most, and we didn't have all the cameras and everything else to review it. This was a huge step up. You go to some of the other council meetings, Sheridan, a straight board, a small room, okay? Littleton's got a pretty nice one because they upgraded when they did their city hall. So where are we really at in giving this up for what? You're going to be remembered for that. You're going to be the council that went backwards. Where's the library going to go? The library is a draw to bring people into this area to shop and everything else, and you're giving that up. Lastly, because I'm almost out of time, the pedestrian bridge going across, is there going to be a roof on it? Because right now, you walk across that baby and throw a rock over the top down in the traffic, you're gone. Light rail, you're gone. Apartment house, you ain't going to find them. And who's going to go up that big hill, walk across and come back down that big hill just to turn around and take the hazard of trying to cross Santa Fe Drive? There is one alternative. Ask the ones at the old Gates plant, their $1 million bridge to nowhere, and see if you can't get the highway department to pull that and put a crossover bridge at Broadway. Thank you, and you guys, God bless you all. Have a good evening.
Mr. Kozak, thank you very much for your time tonight. We have a question for Member Russell.
And this is just mostly out of curiosity. So back in the 80s, was City Hall over on Elati Street in that building? And it was a small room?
Small little room. My house was bigger than City Hall.
Okay.
And all of the business, all of the departments were scattered all over in this little office over here and this little office over there. And it was always a joke when the city manager wanted to try to coordinate it, to have to gather it and get the information and stuff. You've got a beautiful facility here, and I really cry to see this thing get tore down. At what expense?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate your answer.
I have a quick question for you, Mr. Kozak. Mr. Kozak, are you aware that the first public engagement meeting for the redevelopment is on the 22nd of this month? I think it's a Thursday,
Yep.
whatever that Thursday
Yep.
is. So,
But see, I came publicly on this one to speak about it so you can think about it. Plus, people that are listening to this can think about it and maybe show up and put their feeling.
I
But
agree.
it really should go to a public vote. Let the public vote it because we paid for it.
thank you very much,
All
Mr.
right?
Kozak.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you very much for your time tonight, Mr. Kozak. And that completes public comment for tonight. So, Member Bethel, it is your time to give a response.
Thank you, Mayor Sierra, and thank you to the folks that came in and talked tonight. Mr. Kozak, I really appreciate the historical context that you've given for us in our conversations this evening. I'm certainly grateful for this beautiful council chamber. I'm, of course, new to this, and I left a computer mouse here the other night, and I thought coming back that it would be gone, that, of course, we shared this room with other purposes. I was wrong on that. This is a chamber that's just for council, and it is a very nice chamber, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for this community and the historical context we have here. I also want to recognize Mr. Shirley and the points that you've brought up around data collection and the security and safety with flock cameras. I think are very important conversations that we are having and that we're engaged with, and that it's extremely important that we continue to engage with those topics and to make sure the public is engaged with those topics and giving us that feedback as well. So thank you for coming and speaking tonight.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Member Russell.
I just have a council request. Could we get an answer to all the questions that Mr. Aiden was asking about the flock cameras?
Thank you very much, Member Russell. I was going to mention to Mr. Shirley, but also keep me honest on this, and I think the chief may have been speaking to Mr. Shirley about it. But we have a upcoming council meeting on the topic next month. I believe it's in February. Chief, is that correct in terms of the flock cameras? I know we've been speaking about that item, but
We don't have the date in front of us, but you're correct. We think it's February.
yeah, but we'll make sure that we get at the very least that gets covered during the study session, but also a council request. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would just add to that council request on the flock cameras, if they're just the 12 that are stationary around the city, or if they're also in the police cruisers as well. If those are, I know there's cameras in there. I don't know if they're managed by flock as well, but curious about that.
And to clarify, the agenda item coming up is an MOU with
MOU.
Denver.
Mhm.
And Denver is very concerned about us sharing externally. They only want that sharing with them. So they're, have really tightened down on kind of privacy and security of those. And so Denver is asking for that MOU. Is that correct?
Yes,
City
that's
Attorney?
correct. And some of the terms of that MOU, which again will be coming to council, would be that we would, as a city, not be sharing any of that data with immigration enforcement.
Mhm.
And that data would also apply to not just immigration information, but also healthcare attendance at certain kinds of clinics.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll just pause that. I may bring something up during Mayor's Choice because I know that it was an MOU, but I think maybe a larger discussion may be at hand on block cameras overall. But thank you both, Mr. Kozak and Mr. Shirley, for coming and speaking on the items tonight. All right, that concludes public comment. Thank you very much, Chief, for also jumping in there. We're now moving on to consent agenda items. I saw one item pulled tonight that was 9C3, I believe. Any others from members of council? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9B1 and 2 and 9C1 and 2?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Ward. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C3, this is the motion for the Drainage Improvement Project Agreement for Broken T Golf Course. We have Director of Parks and Rec and Library and Golf, Christina Underhill, as well as Golf Manager Shannon Bucho, and Golf Course Superintendent Jeremiah Stumpf. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. And tonight we have Jeremiah Stumpf and Shannon Buccio here to discuss the upcoming improvement. And we have a contract before you tonight to improve the holes 1 through 9 and the soil conditions that are at the golf course. As you know, this is a landfill, and the soil conditions have not been efficiently addressed over the last 20 years. And so now we stand at a point we have to do some major overhauls to bring the course up to playable conditions. And Jeremiah, our superintendent for the golf course, will cover some information. Unfortunately, we've received quite a few negative reviews related to the golf course. The back 9 is in great shape. We have new irrigation back there. It looks lovely, and we never hear complaints about the back 9, but the front 6 are in the worst condition. So Jeremiah is going to answer questions that one of our council members had, as well as talk about the improvements that are coming forward.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm Jeremiah Stumpf. I'm the golf course superintendent at Broken T. Thank you all for your time today. And so, for starters, the presentation isn't here, but I've got it on my computer. I'm going to run through it really quick. I know it was in the packet. At the end of the day, our mission has always been promoting a quality golf experience at an affordable price. That's always been our mission, and got it. Perfect. Little financial overview of this is an unbudgeted contract for construction. The golf course fund has an available balance of about $1 million. We will be, due to the solicitation timing, we will be requesting a budget supplemental for about $1 million in the amount of the contract in the first quarter of 2026. And then we have identified, because we know that we're taking our available fund balance down, we've identified some items that we are going to delay until we get through this project, hopefully, and get through the project, and then business levels return to normal. We're going to have to close part of the golf course down, the first 9 holes, to get there. So, like Christina mentioned, some of the reviews, these were reviews from this year. So these ones here, so this is a good one. Oh, I didn't do a good job blacking the name out. But the first 6 holes are a hellhole. That's what a lot of our reviews are. This whole review on the left side is the back 9's great. The first 6, the front 9 has its issues. So that's why it's so important. So these are some pictures that I took a couple weeks ago. And as you can see, I don't know how many of you play golf, but if you hit the ball in the fairway, you typically expect to hit off of grass, not dirt. And so this is what we're looking at. These are areas in the fairway on these holes. This is why we're looking at, why we would like to do this project, why it's such a high priority. We do use a drone that we fly. This is hole number 6, and you can just see this is an area where everybody hits their second shot, and there's a lot of dirt there. This right here is a plan. So we worked with a golf course architect, and as you can see here, we actually did a drone flight right after a 2-inch rain event. And so we basically picked our worst case scenario, where all the standing water was. It was 2 inches in about 30 minutes. It was a quick rain. So that's why we picked those areas. That's how we decided what needed to be, what areas needed to be attacked. And it's a little over 5 acres, which is a lot of sod and 15,000 linear feet of drain pipe. So now I know that, thank you, Councilmember Russell, for submitting some questions. I know you submitted a few of those. Let me pull those up and I'll read the question and then I'll give you guys an answer on that. So first question, was this project unforeseen? The project was not unforeseen. It was in the plan, the golf action plan that was adopted on December 2nd, 2024 with City Council. The only question, timing was the only question due to fund availability. We actually, in that meeting, we actually approached talking about possibly getting a loan from the city. We've had very good revenue numbers the last couple of years, and we are not considering we don't need a loan from the city. We're able to cover that with our revenues at Broken Teeth. So golf right now is strong. And so yeah, this project, the drainage project, was the second highest priority project on the golf action plan. And the first highest was our pump station project, which was completed this year in 2025. Second question, was the 1 million scheduled for use on this purpose? Yes. Business levels can change significantly due to weather, economic conditions, and other factors. Golf's been strong, revenue reflects this. And when the golf action plan was adopted, it was always contingent upon replenishing our available fund balance. That was always our goal at the end, was not to ever approach getting a loan with the city. Third question, are the things that we are postponing already budgeted to be accomplished in 2026? Yes, the items we are postponing are still expected to be accomplished in 2026. We just want to delay them until after the project's complete and we return, because we're going to have 9 holes closed. Revenue is going to take a little bit of a hit. That can be seen in our projected revenue for, we're projecting about $4.1 million in revenue in 2026. And this year we're at a new record. We're projected around 4.2, a little over 4.2 million in revenue this year. Last question that was submitted. What happens to these items in the budgeting process? Again, we expect, Broken Teeth staff expects the project to be accomplished later in 2026 once we return to regular business levels. That's all I've got. Is there any other questions?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Russell. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. And so I guess what my question probably really is then, we weren't planning to do this right now. It was on our list of priorities. And I took it from the justification you were using was the ratings that we were getting. Is that why we decided to move this up? Or
So this was always very high. I mean, this was always top, I would say top 3. The clubhouse is in there as well. But yes, this year, the reviews, we've been doing a lot of extra to want those holes 1 through 6, spending a lot of money on seed and fertilizer and different things. And it's just not getting better as fast as anybody would like it to. And we really did get beat up this year on reviews. I mean, that was only a snapshot, and Shannon can speak more to it in the clubhouse. She fields those a little bit more than I do, but that as a staff, we really, this is what's holding us back from being able to raise rates more, but also just keeping up with everybody else. There's a lot of really nice golf courses here, and they're improving. They're spending money on the golf courses because the golf is good right now. And when golf takes a downturn, it's not always going to be this good. We want to be a place that people want to come, and not just a tee time because we're the only place that had an open tee time.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I understand that if the golf course isn't good, people will probably quit coming. So, and maybe some of my questions need to be answered by Director Engel, because I know we have to appropriate the money. And I think that's why this was on here, so that we could appropriate this money. Or is that not true? Is, city manager? Is,
It's a good question, and Director Engels is coming up to answer that.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Engels, do you have the question? Do you know the question being asked?
I think I can answer that for you. Yeah, we will bring this back as a budget supplemental request, as I think you mentioned sometime in the first.
Okay, so what happens, because I'm assuming that the things that we're delaying are already in the budget process, do we just leave them there and we're adding this other $997,000?
Sorry, are we removing those altogether or just delaying them? Just delaying. So we would leave them in just in case they could happen this year. But most likely it would be probably this year.
And so in an enterprise fund, if it gets delayed until 2027, it would just be there.
It would revert to fund balance and be a bill.
Okay. Okay. All right. That answers my question. Thank you.
Member Ward.
As I was looking through tonight's packet, the question that struck me was frankly, how does it get this bad? Like, we're looking at the pictures and we're seeing the complaints online, and we've obviously had some lead time to get to this situation. I'm glad we're fixing it, but I sure would appreciate an explanation of how we got here in the first place.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So I've been at Broken Tea for 3 years, just for 3 years. So what I know about the situation is this side of the river was an old trash dump. We find that in projects that we do on the golf course. We find trash down in the below ground. And so I know there's a whole redevelopment that happened. The front nine, the par 3 and the practice area got redeveloped. It actually used to be up at Costco. Kind of the whole front nine used to be on the east side of the river there. And that was, this isn't going to be exact, I think it was about 17 years ago. Okay, 2008. So they redeveloped it. And at that time, I understand there was some methane coming up out of the ground from the old dump. So I'll give you the soils explanation on this, since that's kind of my expertise, is in order to seal off the dump, they had to put a really thick layer of clay down so that the methane wouldn't come up out of the ground. So therefore, that's about 5 to 6 feet down in the ground. And then they put topsoil on top. And what they put on top was not a very good, healthy topsoil. And so it's really high in clay content. So it's either hard like this table, or it's really, really wet and soupy, like sticks to your shoes. And so part of this plan is putting back, is replacing, especially in these bad areas, is replacing that with a sand-based that can actually drain water, so that the water can get to the drains and move. But that, I think does that answer your question? I think that's.
If I hear you correctly, it's a combination of existing soil conditions along with 15 years of degradation overall to those soil conditions.
We do about a little over 80,000 rounds of golf a year, and so combination of, and we had the golf pass 3 or 4 years ago during COVID. That really saw a big uptick in play, and there was just all that traffic on the golf course. Also, you take that clay and you compact it, and then it's even worse.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, of course.
Member Bethel and then Member Russell.
So I don't have a degree in turf grass management. I am passionate about landscaping, and as a longtime Colorado resident, it seems like this could be a great opportunity for us to explore ways that we can reduce our water consumption. Does the contractor that you've selected have any experience in xeriscape or natural landscaping and integrating those practices into golf courses?
So I have some experience in that. I was in California for a long time, at a couple different golf courses, and we did a lot of that. But so the contractor that we have selected, I don't know specifically that, but I do know that they've worked on over 150 plus golf courses, kind of highlighted by the Tiger Woods golf course in Utah. They had this last year, the Black Rock Invitational. I know they're pretty, they don't, I know that place, the area, there's the fairway and then it's mountains and shrubbery, it's definitely water consumption, I think, is kind of high on their list. So, and I can get more information on that too from them, ask specifically, if you'd like. So.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to make that a priority or a focus for Broken Tee, and especially as we go into this renovation process to keep that front of mind.
Yeah, water conservation is very high on my mind there's no snow in the mountains right now. So who knows what summer is going to look like. So it's very high on my priority list all the time.
Thank you.
Yep, of course.
Joseph, I think I missed it. When would this project start if we were to approve this tonight?
It would start as soon as notice to proceed. The contractor is ready to start within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
And what's the timeline for getting it completed?
Substantial completion date is May 8th.
Okay.
So looking at, using the off season when we're a little less busy in the spring.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, Joseph, for that information. Thanks for the presentation. Any further questions for members of council? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
Move to approve 9C3.
Thank you, Member Praying. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments for members of council? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Mr. Stump and members of Parks, Rec, and Golf, thank you very much for your time tonight. Appreciate it. All right, there's no public hearing items for tonight. I think we're just going to move on with the agenda. We are moving on to 11A1. This is acceptance of the State Internet Portal Authority's $98,100 Gov Grant Award for a website redesign and platform change. We have web and digital content strategist, Lucia Magnuson. Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to just briefly talk about the timeline for the website project and just anything related to the SIPA grant and answer any questions you may have. I don't have a presentation at this time, so hopefully this helps. In January 2025, City Council approved the strategic plan amendments, which included a new goal to apply for the statewide Internet Portal Authority, or SIPA grant, to support the new city website. That same month, with council direction, this goal was added to the city's strategic plan under community engagement outcome area. SIPA grants have been available to Colorado municipalities for many years, and Englewood staff have been aware of and used SIPA funding for technology initiatives dating back to at least 2016. That year, former IT director Margaret Brocklander applied for and was granted SIPA funding that brought about the city's customer response service that's now known as EngleFix. In 2021, the Colorado legislature adopted the House Bill 211110, which mandated accessibility requirements for public-facing digital services for local governments and state agencies. After the bill went into effect, my main focus was improving digital accessibility for the city and their external platforms, and I created the city's digital accessibility transition plan in order to meet the requirements of this bill. In March 2024, SIPA launched an accessibility-related grant program, and on July 2024, Englewood received an email from the SIPA Chief Technology Officer, Jared Roth, to Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, informing him of this new grant program. Deputy City Manager Dodd forwarded this information to myself and my Communications Director, Chris Hargeth. Before applying for any grants, though, the SIPA requires that you have an eligible government entity agreement on file. In compliance with the City of Englewood's policies, the Englewood City Council considered and approved this agreement on August 9th, 2024. In 2024, I started the Usability Lab program where I interviewed community members and conducted usability testing. During this testing, I identified limitations with our current website platform, and these could not be addressed within the city's existing website platform, so it had to be a platform change for these critical errors. In early 2025, I confirmed eligibility for the website redesign project under SIPA's GovGrants program and submitted an initial application in February of 2025 with the help of IT and the Website and Digital Accessibility Committee. At the time, SIPA staff members shared with us that the application would be strengthened by identifying a web vendor in the application, and we were encouraged to apply in the next round of funding. I reapplied in August after we went through a preferred vendor, after we determined a preferred vendor, and we went through a competitive process in accordance with the city's procurement policies. Also in February, the IT department applied for 2 additional grants. The Asana expansion application was denied because it lacked a direct community benefit, while the special events permitting system application was approved, but staff declined the award due to implementation and time constraints and funding delays. But IT was able to use the existing IMS system that we have to accomplish this project without the SIPA grant. City staff was notified on November 7th, 2025 that the grant had been awarded, and we believe this project will help the city meet state-mandated accessibility requirements, achieve City Council's strategic plan of applying for and being awarded the SIPA grant for our new website, and free up funding in the capital improvement plan budget for other needs. I'm happy to provide any additional information or answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Magnuson, thank you very much for the overview. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Bryan.
Thank you. A few questions. So, in reading through the packet materials and the agreement, it sounds like the bulk of the work in the relationship will be between the city of Englewood and the vendor. Remind me of their name again?
Yes, Revise.
However, SIPA does, I guess, maintain the right to request meetings for updates, etc., along with the reports that are required for the grant. Do we know who that SIPA representative would be to have those meetings with the city?
I'm not sure who the representative would be. They do have a portal, and that's how I'm putting in those key performance indicators that are indicated in the grant agreement. So it's going directly through a portal and not a person. But that's something I can ask SIPA.
Yeah, I'm asking specifically about who would have meetings with us, not necessarily the reports that you would be sending through the portal. So if you could find that out, that would be great. I have a few areas in the agreement that are giving me a little bit of pause. Okay. And so I'd like a little more information on the area where in the agreement it refers to records and audit.
Okay.
There's kind of an extensive list of what would be made available to SIPA for a 3-year period following the completion of the scope of work. It references grantee shall make, keep, and maintain all records, documentation, and communications notes and other written materials, electronic media files, and communications pertaining in any manner to this grant or the project for a period of 3 years. And then it also goes on to state that SIPA is allowed to audit, inspect, examine, excerpt, copy, and transcribe all such records during normal business hours. Does that mean all records, period, related to getting this work done? Or is this section pertaining specifically to the financials with the grant?
I'm not I can ask SIPA and see if there's a clarification that we can put in that agreement, if it's specific to financial records or if it's specific to the project as a whole.
Yeah, I think that that needs to be clarified, because if it's beyond just the reporting of our financials and being accountable to the monies that we receive for the grant, that seems like a lot of information wide openly accessible to SIPA, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
I think the city attorney might have an answer to that.
Yeah, Deputy City Attorney. Actually, before we get to anything else on that comment,
I have
Member Prang?
more that I can address, so maybe City Attorney
Okay.
would like to hold off until I get through the rest of that.
Go ahead.
And then I guess the other area that I have a little bit of heartburn with is SIPA shall, so in the following section, that was section E with the audits and documentation. This is section F, authorized documentation and communications. And at the bottom of that section, it states that SIPA shall use reasonable care to avoid publicizing any confidential or otherwise sensitive information relating to the grantee. I really have a problem with that wording as well. Why would we be using reasonable care? Why are we not guaranteed that any information that we need to maintain and make available to another organization would not protect absolutely the confidentiality of any sensitive information from our program?
Thank you, Member Prang. As Deputy City Attorney McDermott, do you have any comments on some of the legalese that was mentioned by Member Prang?
Yes, so when it came to reviewing the contract, we've interpreted the records audit section to pertain specifically to monitoring the contract, which is what the intent of that clause is about, to ensure that we're using the funds that are awarded under the grant for these specific project purposes. We can certainly go back to get an amendment to the contract to clarify exactly what that would entail. And then regarding section F, regarding the sensitive information, reasonable care is something that is generally used within some of the legalese around these kinds of requirements. I mean, certainly, I think this is also another quasi governmental entity that we're working with. So we anticipate that both entities would be using the requisite care to ensure that confidential information isn't broadcast unnecessarily.
Okay. That doesn't necessarily satisfy me, but I understand what you said. I want to find a reason to be okay with accepting this grant. I'm a little uncomfortable with some of the language here. I think that we need this money and we desperately need the updates to the website that are being asked for. I think I would feel more comfortable if we could get some amendments to this agreement, and especially specify that any analytics or sensitive information about what's resonating from our website, what people are clicking on, protection of survey results information. I'm not going to go into deep detail about why I have these concerns, but the time period of this project does lead us up to and through our next elections. And I just want to make sure that we can both do what's best for the city and get the improvements that are needed via this money, but make sure that we are having strong protections on our information for the city of Englewood, and that it's maintained and used appropriately.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Any further questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I had some issues with those same two sections, and I don't remember if Councilmember Prang just read this, but grantee authorizes SIPA to use grantee's name, logo, or other brand elements, as well as any photographs or other documentation in SIPA's communications or promotional activities regarding the grant or the program. I mean, there was a time in the past where we shared our logo with another, it wasn't a state government organization, but it ended up not too far after that, we had to rebrand and get a new logo. And I don't want SIPA or any other organization to violate our logo. This belongs to the citizens of Englewood, and I want to make sure that is protected as well. And the bottom line is, I'm going to be very honest with you all. I'm struggling with this mostly because of conflict of interest issues that will arise or could arise from the situation that went on in the previous election. And I want to make sure, I want some amendments to this also to make sure that that person will not be in any way involved in any of the negotiations or looking at any of the information. I really want amendments made to this, and I really would like our city attorney to look at this contract. SIPA wrote this contract. I would like for the city attorney to make sure that our interests are protected in this, not necessarily SIPA's.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Any further questions from members of council? I know I had a question, but I'm trying to think of what it was. It had to do with the usability and inclusiveness. After the past couple comments, I think I just lost my thought on what the question was. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Member Bethel.
How does SIPA select the vendor that will be doing the work?
So SIPA did not select the vendor.
No.
Yeah, so the city of Englewood selected the vendor. We started the RFI process in January, just gauging based off of the usability labs that were conducted in 2024. I had the top concerns from our current website, and I was able to, with the help of IT, we made an RFI and get some platforms that could meet our needs with that. So I got all the information about what platforms were out there. Then the website committee and I, we went through and got demos of every platform that was that they put through for the RFI, every platform that put an RFI through. And we did demos, and then we looked at those 10 key categories on functionality issues that we have on our current website, and we assessed if those platforms could meet those needs from there. And then we also just talked through what that back end would look like for city staff, if it was going to be more complex or even more costly or something we can't change in the future. And then that's how we narrowed in on revise for our platform. So SIPA had no involvement in us picking that platform.
Thank you. It looks like, and I may be oversimplifying things, that SIPA is really only responsible for providing the money for this project?
Yes. Yes, and then we provide key performance indicators. So just saying how we're measuring that this project has impact in our community and how we're making sure that we're having a better positive impact on our community as a whole in general.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, that gave me time to ask the questions that I was looking for. So it actually has to do more with the financial aspect of it, Ms. Magnuson. So am I understanding this correctly? We're consolidating quite a bit of platforms into this new website. From what it looks like we're currently spending about $30,000 annually for all the combined websites. After this goes live, it's down to what, 14,000, something along those lines, right?
Yes.
Am I understanding that correctly? There's going to be an annual savings of about $15,000 on this.
Yeah, so we're going to be consolidating Englewood Engaged into the main website. Right now it's pretty separated, and as I was conducting the usability labs, that became very confusing for residents, where projects were in a whole nother place than the main city website. So we're going to take that templated structure that Engagement HQ has, or Englewood Engaged has, put it into our main website so it's easily searchable, and we're able to crawl that data and get to it quicker than just clicking for a million platforms to move through. So we'll be getting rid of Engagement HQ, which will free up $15,000, and then the website annual fees will be $14,000. So, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess next question is for Deputy City Attorney McDermott. Just with the some of the concerns that were brought up by Member Prang and Member Russell, I share in the tracking of sensitive information. I guess I'm wondering, or I guess that's, well, some type of identifiable information that is through our website. I guess in terms of what the legalese that's provided now, do you have an idea what SIPA or what type of changes would need to be made to the contract in order to be a little bit more clear about what type of information we will be providing SIPA? I know that we got to go through 2 readings here, but I'm just trying to figure out the best path forward to kind of just address some of the concerns brought up tonight.
Absolutely. So I have up here the red lines that our office made to the template grant agreement. And we did originally request that that language be changed from use reasonable care to avoid publicizing to not publicly disclose so that it would be more emphatic. However, those changes were rejected from SIPA. So we can certainly go back and have more of a back and forth on that. Part of the issue that we do have is that there's no matching funds from the city,
Right.
and we're kind of in a bit of a negotiation bind on how much we can really ask for. But this is something we could go back and try to get amended, to get changed, or to have some more clarity on in this grant agreement.
Deputy City Attorney, can you state again what the change was that we requested that was denied?
Yes, so in section F on authorized documentation and communications, Councilmember Pring had brought up the language that's in the agreement that SIPA shall use reasonable care to avoid publicizing any confidential or otherwise sensitive information. Back when this contract came through our office, which looked like it was, I want to say, trying to see exactly when, but when we originally reviewed the template, we did request the change so that that language would be changed to that SIPA shall not publicly disclose any confidential information, so that it would have been stronger regarding what action SIPA could or could not take. But that change that the city requested was ultimately rejected by the agency. So we would have taken out the the reasonable language and made it more like, no, you're not going to do that.
Thank you, Deputy City Attorney.
Sure.
Any further questions from members of council on this? Go ahead, Member Pring.
I don't have further questions. I just think having some specificity around the data being collected, being specific to financial processes would make me feel much more comfortable and make me feel like the city can protect its data. I understand the working relationship with a separate vendor, and that's not where my pause is. I'm struggling a little bit with the fact that such a simple red line suggestion sent back was outright denied by SIPA. That being said, I do work for the state, and I know templates are templates, and the state doesn't like to change anything. I think it's worth an attempt to go back to SIPA and try to get some better protections for the data that is available to SIPA. It's a 3-year period. The project's for 2 years. We're maintaining, or they maintain, rights to access so much in this list for 3 years. I've not seen an agreement like this before, so I think it's in our best interest to try to protect as much as we can. I would be prepared to, in the best interest of the city and getting money to get good stuff done, vote yes tonight and wait to see if we can make some movement with SIPA in the meantime before the second vote.
Thank you, Member Pring. I would be in favor of that. I would like to see us provide a few protections. Obviously, with some of the comments that were made by public comment tonight, I'm just a little bit hesitant to share too much information about the public that I find a little bit sensitive. So I just want to just cover us on that. I know that we haven't made a motion at this point, but can I get a motion to approve 11A1? Oh, sorry, Member Ward, go ahead. I just saw your light.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think this council may be underestimating how much of the information requested is actually available through Cora to anyone, literally anyone. The Colorado Open Records Act says that there are a great many records available to the public that are in the possession of the government,
right,
with certain mild and infrequent exclusions. And I don't read this contract as requiring anything that wouldn't otherwise be required under Cora, with the possible exception of certain communications that could be potentially excluded under the work product exception, but I have a hard time seeing that coming up as part of this project. So this just isn't a concern that resonates with me in particular. I don't share those concerns.
Yeah, thank you, Member Ward. Thanks for pointing that out. It's something that's been brought up to me in the past as well. So as long as we capture it, it's readily available to members of the public. So Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
So I would be happy to see these changes as well. I'm just wondering about the timeline here. And if we do approve this and then get some changes, do we then have to go back to first reading on it? And are there any timeline concerns on making sure we accept this grant?
Go ahead, Deputy City Attorney.
So yes, we'd likely have to go back to first reading so that it's being adopted in this and first and second reading in the same form. I can't speak to the timeline. I'm not sure what we're up against in terms of getting the grant fund.
Yeah, from grant awarded, which was November 7th, we have 90 days. That puts us at the end of January. They said that they could be flexible though.
Would it be end of January or end of February?
End of.
You said November 7th, so that would take us February 7th, I guess.
3rd,
So,
90,
so I guess
3rd.
technically
Yeah.
you're right.
3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. So it'll take us to the beginning of February, which I think our first meeting in February is around the 5th or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, the 2nd. Okay, so we have time, I guess, in terms of if we have to have a second first reading.
We do.
2 weeks from tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, anything else you wanted to add?
No.
Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I kind of feel like if we have the time and we would have to go back to first reading anyway, would we have more pull if we don't pass it tonight? Just table it till 2 weeks from now and see if we, the city attorney, is 2 weeks enough?
From our end, 2 weeks is enough for us to make those requests. I can't speak to the agency and how quickly and how responsive they would be to the requests that we make.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Yeah, Member Russell, it's a good point. I still haven't received a first or a second on this. I think my preference would be to get a motion on the floor, and then I can say my thoughts on how best to proceed forward on this. So I'll ask for a motion on 11A1, unless there's any other comments from member or any other questions from members of council or comments. All right. So if not, go ahead, Member Ward. I see you leaning.
I was just going to make the motion, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Member Ward. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments on this? So I think, so I'm going to move to approve CB1. I do want to see some of the changes that are being requested by, that have been brought up tonight in terms of the language to the contract. As I've learned through some discussions about another item that was brought up earlier during public comment, the time, as long as the government is collecting certain information, it is readily available to the public. I think what I'm looking to see from this legal contract is that we make it just a little bit more difficult in order to share that information and just protect the interest of our citizens and workers as well. So that's the way that I'm leaning on this. So I just appreciate the conversation tonight on the specific legalese that needs to be changed. All right. Member Russell, go ahead.
I appreciate that. And just so that this does not come back to consent agenda, I will not be supporting this. I will support this if we have amendments to this. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any Member Praying, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the notion that the government's already collecting this information. I'm not sure that I see it that way. The city might have this information because it's part of the work product of how we're getting the work done. This isn't information that the state or anyone else is collecting. This is our information. And specifically for me, I'm concerned about analytics that may indicate what's preferable or not, how people lean in their thinking within the city. That's the kind of stuff that I want to protect. Some of the basics listed in here I don't have as much of a problem with, but all electronic media, all communications related to this grant, that's not the norm of what's collected by any government. It is part of our work product, and I do think that it's worthy of protecting. Um, I want to vote no on this tonight, but I want to see us acquire this money. I just want us to do it smartly. And I think that we have a great responsibility, especially given some of the turmoil, if you will, or question marks that have arisen in our community over the last year on how things have been handled and some potential conflict that might exist around the receipt of this grant. There's more around the optics of those types of things, and I just think that it puts us at a higher level of duty to be as protective as we can while we're doing good business for the city. And that's all I'm asking for. So I don't know. Maybe I'll say yes tonight, but I certainly want to see amendments, and I can guarantee on a second read, if we don't get any amendments, I will not support this.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Any further comments for members of council? All right. Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 1 nay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Magnuson, for the presentation.
Mayor, can I
yeah.
request a quick break?
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. We're going to try to
5 minutes.
5-minute break. So
Sorry
we
about
can
that.
return at
Appreciate it.
8:07. Thank you very much. So we'll break until 8:07. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, members of the public, we are now back. We are moving on to 11A2. This is CB4 special election for District 1 vacancy. We have City Clerk Stephanie Carlile. Good evening, City Clerk.
Yes, good evening. So we are bringing forward an ordinance for first reading calling for a special election due to the vacancy for the District 1 seat per city charter. If council is unable to appoint somebody by a supermajority, then we will need to go to special elections. So this is just an ordinance calling for the special election for April 7th, 2026 to fill the vacancy.
All right, thank you very much, City Clerk. And I guess the only other thing that I saw within this memo was the fact that Arapahoe County will not be doing the election. We'll have to hire a third party. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Member Russell, go ahead.
So is this the only date that we could set the election for?
I'm sorry. It's the best date. It's 90 days out, which is kind of the most realistic timeline to be able to conduct an election. It's also an election day for all statutory towns and cities, so it's a natural election day on that date. So it is given the timeline of candidates circulating nomination petitions, all the things that we have to build into that timeline, this would be the soonest.
So is there a possibility the county could help us if we did it a little later?
No, they have the primary coming up.
So, and we can't, this is the earliest that we can do it.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I have one other question. I'm just kind of curious about this. Why was there $25,000 in election expenses already budgeted?
This year we were all asked to reduce our election or our budget. And so that is an expense. We thought it was an off year election year so that we could comfortably reduce the amount we typically budget for. So we always keep something in there.
Okay.
But we usually have 40,000 for
Okay. So it's just a
elections.
normal expense that you have budgeted.
A normal
year to year.
budgeted
Okay.
expense. We did reduce that. So we will have to come back for budget supplemental
Okay.
once we have our cost estimate.
All right. Thank you so much, City Clerk. Any additional questions from members of council? If not, can I get a motion to approve CB4?
Move to approve CB4.
Thank you, Member Bryan. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson?
Aye.
Member Bethel?
Aye.
Aye.
Member Prang?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Member Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, we're moving on to 11C1. This is resolution for the 2026 budget supplemental number 1. Director of Finance Kevin Engels once again. Good evening, Mr. Engels.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Kevin Engels, Director of Finance. This is our first budget supplemental for the 2026 budget year. We'll take a quick look at the process and the schedule, and then we'll go through the individual requests, and we do have department representatives here for any questions. So here's the process. 1 and 2 are internal to staff, and then we're on step 3 now where we bring it to council for your consideration. Here's a summary of the requests, a total of 6.7 million, and we'll go through the individual items here in the next few slides. So the first item, and this is the reason we're bringing this earlier in the year than we normally would, because we got, I believe, unanimous support from council to bring forward the stipend payment for the old higher pension plan members. That's $146,400. Also in the general fund, we're doing similar to what we did for the 2025 budget with the code enforcement moving between departments. It's not a new request, it's just a transfer between the two departments, so zero impact. The next one is $360,000. This is the first full year debt service payment for the energy efficient financing that was approved and received last year. And then we have for the public improvement fund, this 1.7 million. This is the authority to spend the contribution that the Downtown Development Authority is going to make to the city for the projects for Little Dry Creek and Old Hamden Complete Streets. Another one for the public improvement fund. This is 70,000. This is related to the Dartmouth Bridge project. There were a couple of small items that had to be wrapped up as we finished out that contract. A signal pole and some power and some erosion and traffic control management costs. For the capital projects fund, the request is 3.9 million. 3.9 million of that is for the energy efficiency project. This is the approval to spend the financing that we got last year. So we already have that money. We're actually reducing the Malley door replacement by 30,000. We originally had budgeted the entire project to come out of the capital projects fund. The Malley Center Trust Fund agreed to pay for half of that, so we're able to reduce that by 30,000. And then 27,300 for some additional costs for the body and dash cameras for the police. Here's the 30,000 that the Malley Center Trust Fund is going to put in for the door replacements. And the last one is for the service center. That's $500,000 that was discussed in the budget process, but it didn't make it into the system, so it was inadvertently left out of the budget. But it was discussed with council previously. Those are our requests for this first supplemental. And like I said, we do have staff available for any questions.
Mr. Engels, thank you very much for that overview. Member Russell, if you want to kick us off.
Yes, thank you. So on the public improvement fund source of funds, the $600,500 for Little Dry Creek Plaza Park Improvements Project, what is that for?
Do we have Director? Yeah, there we go. Director Underhill, if you want to answer that question.
Christine Underhill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. So this is the EDDA funding towards the renovations of Little Dry Creek, the plaza area. We'll be using park in lieu fees to pay the other half that we're contributing to the project as a city.
So what does the project include? Like, is it cleaning up the area where they're at the corner of Acoma and Old Hampton, like where we painted the sidewalks and we painted the flagstone wall and all of that?
That area is part of the project, and there's a lot of improvements that have been designed. We're going into construction documents this year, and ultimately that area will be updated with new lighting, new amenities to attract more individuals to the area in a positive manner. And so it's really reinvigorating that space to make it a destination.
Okay. And I mean, my other question will be for the city manager, because that flagstone wall was painted and it was supposed to be temporary, and it is still painted. It is not cleaned up.
Yes, ma'am. And I did check into that, and it can be cleaned off, but it does wear off kind of naturally. And so I've talked to both EDDA and park staff about putting that on the schedule to go ahead and get cleaned off. Director Underhill, could you talk about the public process for the design on that a little bit?
Yeah,
where
definitely.
we're at on that?
Yeah, good point. So last May in 2025, as part of the Celebrate Englewood, we had our consultants out at that event collecting data from those attending the event. And then the same consultants also went on June 6th, 2025 to the Englewood Festival to talk to the attendees to that. And that festival is held at the plaza area to get ideas of what would bring people to that space, what would bring your family down to this space, what would make you interested in coming to the Broadway area area. And, a lot of people say that's unsafe area. It's not well lit. It's always got trash. Granted, our staff do pick up trash and we have contracts to do that. And it has improved, but the overall look of the area is very dated, and not really a place you want to just hang out at. And so we really want people to go and utilize this space with their families, friends, make it a destination, and really enhance that area so it's a nice place as you even just pass through our city.
So is there going to be a public approval process? Because the truth is, I got several complaints about the type of display that was down there, and it was offensive to people. And so how are we going to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
Sure. And I would say the improvements are fairly neutral. It's like how we do improvements in our parks. We will have a public meeting, probably 2 public meetings once we have the designs done. It's a lot more boulder work and areas for people to sit and play on if they wanted to. And again, like I said, lighting's can be a big piece of this whole project, really to showcase this area. And yeah, like any art project, it can be controversial to some, and we understand that. And that's why it was a temporary art piece.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think my question is for Director Engels on the $1.7 million. This looks like a expenditure line item. Is there corresponding revenue for a transfer in for it, or has it already been transferred in from the DDA?
Yeah, there will be a corresponding revenue line item. Yes.
Okay. So that hasn't come through. That'll come through in a future. So will that have to come in as supplemental as well?
We don't typically do that for revenues.
Oh, okay, got it. Just expenditures. Very good. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Any further comments from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I would just like to say thank you to the city council for approving the stipend for the old hire police and fire pension board. And this is long overdue, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Member Russell, and thank you very much for spearheading that as well on your work as a liaison on the board. As you stated, it's long overdue, and yeah, just learned a lot during that conversation when they came and spoke in December about just the fact that this has been needed. No raises since 2000, somewhere in early the 2000s. So, but I appreciate that we were able to make a difference here tonight, and thank you very much for staff for working so quickly on that as well. All right, and with that, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Engels, for all the discussions tonight. Appreciate it. All right, everyone, we're moving on to Mayor's Choice. We have an executive session on the agenda. And so this is an executive session regarding the Civic Center redevelopment pursuant to CRS 24-6402-4A. And I move to go into executive session tonight. I guess I got to say it again. I move that council go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the city center redevelopment pursuant to CRS 24-6402-4A. Present at the executive session will be the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Jack Bethel, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, and Stephen Ward, Chief Redevelopment Officer Dan Parumba, Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott, City Manager Sean Lewis, Englewood Downtown Development Authority Executive Director Hillary Portell, Northland Securities Financial Advisor Troy Bernberg, Legal Counsel Hillary Graham for the Englewood Downtown Development Authority, as well as New Englewood Representatives Dustin Jones and Justin Lundgren, and Ogilvy Properties Stu Ogilvy. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Prang. Can we please vote?
Mayor,
Yes, Member Ward, go ahead.
I have a question regarding the proposed executive session.
Sure.
Can you clarify the provision of CRS 24-6402-4A and what the executive session is covering tonight?
City Manager Sean Lewis or Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott, do you mind answering? I know that this is just pursuant to just additional conversations around just the Civic Center area and possible, what is that, land negotiation, I guess, in a sense?
Yeah, so we do need to clarify whether it's about a purchase, lease, or sale under CRS section 24-6-402 subsection 4A.
And Mayor, it would be, all three of those would be
Right.
potential options.
Okay.
So this is contract negotiations relative to a land discussion or land parcel?
That's my understanding, correct?
Okay. I think that adequately describes the purpose of the executive session.
Yep.
So I'm satisfied.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. We have a second. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. We will now exit this meeting and reconvene next door in the community room. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, everyone. We are now back. The time is now 9:44, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive sessions were the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Jack Bethel, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, and Stephen Ward, Chief Redevelopment Officer Dan Parumba, Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott, City Manager Sean Lewis, Englewood Downtown Development Authority Executive Director Hilary Portel, Northland Securities Financial Advisor Troy Bernberg, Legal Counsel Hillary Graham for the EDDDA, New Englewood Representatives Dustin Jones and Justin Lundgren, and Ogilvy Property Stu Ogilvy. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Bethel.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter is not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right. I guess there's one other thing that I wanted to cover on Mayor's Choice. I'm going to just seek a recommendation from council, and it might be a little bit early, but I do believe that there should be a discussion regarding flock cameras by this council. I know that we're going to have the MOU conversation sometime in February, but I'm just a little bit worried about what's being captured by the flock cameras at this point. We have a contract with flock cameras, obviously, and I believe that the representative from flock will also be part of the MOU conversation next month. But we can probably wait until February, but I just wanted to give members of council just an FYI that I'm kind of thinking about just having a conversation about flock cameras in general as a study session, and I want to get your permission to have that conversation. What comes of that is obviously part of that discussion, but just want to see hey or nay, or if you guys are okay with having that as a study session item in the future. Yep. All right, it looks like we have majority. Thank you very much. That's all I have for tonight. Oh, actually, no, one other thing just for members of council, because we haven't discussed it. Next Monday and Tuesday, we have board and commission interviews. Monday, we are starting at 5 p.m. Tuesday, we are starting at 6 p.m. I believe there's about 25 or 26 different applicants that we will be interviewing. So I just wanted to make members aware that that's the plan for next week. All right, council members' choice. Anyone have anything? Member Ward.
I have one thing. I got a notice during our holiday recess from my trash hauler that they were intending to change their pickup day to Thursday, which was remarkable to me considering our city code prohibits Thursday pickups for trash haulers. So I asked the administration to contact my trash hauler, and I believe some additional information from this council may be forthcoming on that.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. Remind me, is it Wednesday and Fridays that they allow pickup?
Monday and Wednesday.
Monday and Wednesday. I knew it was 2 days. All right. Thank you so much, Member Ward. Anyone else for council members' choice? Go ahead, Member Bethel.
If we're discussing flock cameras, there is a slew of private companies that also do data collection via mobile cars that are constantly driving around our cities, scanning license plates and tracking our movements. So if we're approaching that conversation, it might be good to have that context.
Okay, that's good to know. Which private companies are they? I'm just
They, I don't have the names of the entities, but they're national organizations. And you'll see their cars, they have license plate scanners on them. And what they do is they employ drivers that are paid a minimum wage, and they drive around any kind of urban area, and they constantly scan what license plates are where, and they put that data into large databases that can be accessed by repo companies, police entities, or whoever pays to access the database. And you can actually track individual motions, as well as find cars that are for repossession, or if a law enforcement agency is looking for a specific individual.
All right. Good to know. Thank you very much, Member Bethel. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. Just wanted to thank all the staff that have been involved with the various events that were part of the holiday season. Everything from the tree lighting to 40 dancers at the Englewood Rec Center, for the winter recital, to the radio show at the Malley Center. Just a slew of different events that have gone on in our different facilities throughout the holiday season, and thank them for their hard work for that. For the public to know, the dog park and the Cushing Park renovations are complete, and a ribbon cutting is scheduled for January 14th at 4 p.m. So that should be on your council calendar. I'll double check that in the morning, but we are excited for a ribbon cutting again, 4 p.m. on the 14th of this month. And it's going to be at the dog park area, since that's the newest big addition to Cushing Park. Just also wanted to let council know that we've been really working hard to fix and repair the eroded banks along Big Dry Creek at Bellevue Park. That's been an ongoing problem with some of the erosion and deterioration of the rocks that kind of formed the edges of that creek site, and that is being done in coordination with Mile High Flood District. But our staff has been working hard on that. And then in response to recent high winds that we've been experiencing, Public Works has been hard at work repairing signs. So we'd love for you and members of the public to turn in any signs that you see that it might have come down. I think the trees were cleared pretty quickly after some of the wind events that we've had. But if you see signs that are damaged or hanging down or askew, please let us know about that or report it through our Inglefix system. And then last but not least, we do have a survey for your strategic plan that has been out for a couple weeks now. It is open until the end of this week. So encourage your constituents. We've been pushing it out on social media pretty hard. We've got some signage at the Malley and the Rec Center pushing that, but it's a survey just on community priorities that can help you all with information that you need in your strategic planning sessions that are coming up, starting with the council retreat. So please encourage your folks to respond to that. Oh, and then those will be followed, by the way, by focus groups the next month. So I'm facilitating one for seniors, and then our facilitator, the retreat facilitator, as part of his contract, is doing 3 additional focus groups that will take some of the information we get from the surveys and then kind of dive into what people are looking for and wanting. And our boards and commissions will be invited to participate, but there will be some kind of open invitation for those as well. So we'll send information to you all about all of those opportunities tomorrow, if you haven't already seen it on our website or social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Any comments for the City Manager? All right. If not, we are now adjourned, everyone. It's 9:50. We will see you next Monday. Have a good evening.